I'd like to welcome you all to our April meeting and call this meeting to order. May I have approval of the agenda?
I'll motion we approve.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Mr. Larson's going to lead us in the pledge, and I'll give the invocation.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dear Lord, we come to you tonight at this meeting to celebrate our students and the staff that support them. We look for unity as a board and a district, that we can all work together for the same goals for achievement in our students. And give great thanks for all the people that work here. In your name we pray, amen.
Amen.
Item 3.2, high school students present the spring play. Mrs. Whipple, can you tell us when it is?
I've got some of my cast members with us tonight. We are super excited to announce, I think this is our 20th production that we have done at Show Low High School, our 20th musical. And this year we are doing Disney's The Little Mermaid. As you can see, we've got several members here visiting with us. This is Flounder, played by Chase Lindsay. Shay is one of our tropical fish, and she's also a swan in another scene. And Kyrie is one of our ballroom people, as well as a swan and a seagull. And the kids are playing multiple roles, but we've got a cast of 45 students. They've been working extremely hard over the last 3.5 months to make this production come to light. We have everything you can imagine, from fish to seagulls to turtles and everything in between, and mermaids with real tails. I can assure you they have real tails that are about 4 feet that go off the back, and they are amazing. We are directed this year by Mr. Carson Celine. It's exciting to have him back in our district, directing the show and leading these kids to greatness. The performances will take place April 28th through 30th at 7 p.m., as well as May 5th through 7th. We have shows at 7 p.m. each of those nights, and also a 1 p.m. matinee on Saturday the 7th. There are 4 of the roles that are doubled, or 5 of the roles, sorry, that are doubled, and I can't tell you which nights the kids are playing because they're all jumbled up and mixtured, and it's not this cast or this cast. It's just they're all playing various evenings. So you'll have to just come and see what they're doing. But we've got seaweed and willow tree vines and all kinds of things. And this adventure has been truly exciting. And we hope that the community and everybody will come and watch. It is a very family-friendly show for children of all ages, from, I would say, 5, even younger, to even 2. All the way up until you can't walk up the stairs or get up the ramp. But just come. Everybody who would like to be there, we would love to have you and support these kids in these performances. They have worked very hard, and it's been a joy to work with them. They have been a fantastic cast. So come. Tickets are $6 for students. They are $8 for senior citizens and $9 for adults. You can purchase those online. If you find a flyer, there's a QR code to access that, or under the Show Low School District in Eventbrite. And then also you can purchase tickets at the door. We also have a Saturday matinee. Those tickets are $6 for general admission for everyone. So just come and support our kids. Little Mermaid is fantastic. It's got lots of great music. You'll be tapping your toes and wanting to dance on stage with all the fish as well. So,
Thank you, Mrs. Whipple.
thank you.
Thank you.
Item 3.3, recognition of the ACADAC team. Mrs. Butler. Trophies.
Hello, and thank you for having us tonight. We are so excited. This is our 2nd year in a row of making it to nationals. So we took the 3A state championship, and this is our team behind us and our trophies. This year's topic was water, an essential resource. So they have been studying since the beginning of school, since August. They've been doing a lot of reading, a lot of studying, a lot of test taking, and they are an amazing, amazing team. These are the 2 trophies that we have won so far this year. We are really hoping for some national medals. Last year we did win some national medals in this competition, and this is just an amazing group of students, and the work that they do is unbelievable. The volumes of reading that they do is amazing, and they are a great group. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to have Phoenix introduce it.
I'm Phoenix Gegenheimer. This is Anaya Villalba, sorry. Jeremiah Wall, Gilbert Soko, Grayson Lewis, and Lenore Benier, and then obviously Coach Mrs. Butler.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you,
you.
guys.
And Miss Ari too, right?
You guys want to pose for a photo?
Take a picture. Got you?
Let's do a photo.
I'm right up here up front.
I need a weightlifting class for those
Stay here or
trophies.
go down there with,
Going down there.
Go down there.
go down there?
I'll go down? Okay. Yeah, I'm good. I'm just gonna go last.
What was your favorite subject?
My chair's in the way. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to move it out.
You write them or? What's your?
You guys might have to squish. Maybe try to do this side of the podium. I don't know. So right here would be. And this group, get over here. Just like kind of munch up into there. Yeah, we need to come shorter. Maybe kids up front, board members behind.
You guys take a step up and then we'll step behind. You stay in front.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Okay, item 3.4 was our Student Behavioral Mental Health Board. They presented to us at the study session. So we'll attach their presentation to the board minutes if anyone wants to look at that, or they can reach out to the committee. So moving on to 3.5, approval of Ssfob board resolution. Mr. Pelsley.
Madam President, members of the board, this is a resolution. The SFB, the State School Facilities Board, is now under a different department, and so they changed their name. And it's now the State Facilities Oversight Board, and I think they're going to change their name again. But this is a resolution that we had to redefine some of the spaces in our inventory, and so this is a resolution to redefine those spaces so that they can be included in included spaces. So that is that's the resolution. That's the signature page that you have there, just for your consideration and approval this evening.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve the Ssfob board resolution.
So motion?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item 3.6, Superintendent Report. Mr. Hosley.
Madam President, just real brief this evening. Mrs. Clark is not with us tonight because she is at a banquet with Bentley Perkins, who's an 8th grade student, and she's the student body president. She's been named a finalist for School Connect Student Champion of the Year for 7th through 12th grade. They're at that banquet this evening, and should she win, or even if she doesn't win, we'd like to recognize her at next month's board meeting. So we do intend to do that. Also, I'd like to invite, as part of our my superintendent's report, Missy Starkle to come up, and also Katie Habgood. They have some exciting news to share.
So we took some kids to NAU as part of our school counseling. There are different pillars that we need to meet and different expectations that we need to meet. And one of them is how we help kids with education and having educational goals. And so we thought about just some kids that may not be able to go and see a college otherwise. And so we both took, I took 4 second graders and Katie took
4 fifth graders.
Can you show the pictures up there? Because
They
they were
should be-
kind of cool.
They should be able to.
Yeah, I think they're,
A little
there you
slow.
go.
There you go.
Okay, so that's the 5th graders.
With Louie, the lumberjack. And for the record, this is no way saying NAU is the better school. I think we all have opinions on that, but we wanted to talk about how to keep kids engaged in learning and wanting them to set goals for themselves, even at these very young levels. And we thought helping them visualize what it could look like would be a really good start.
The kids had a lot of fun. They are still talking about it in 2nd grade, walking around talking about it. I had them draw pictures of a thank you, and we sent it to NAU. And so one kid just wrote "thank you for the pizza," because I think that was the highlight for them. So that's one of the kids with Louie. Thank you for the pizza. We got to go. That is a cart that takes food, like
The robots.
yeah.
They're so cool.
Oh,
the
see, we
kids
got some
love the
excitement
robots.
back here,
They're
too.
cool. They're cool.
Yeah. So
Are you gonna be
the
able to?
first one is like there's one of Old Main. They got to do some hide and seek right around Old Main. And so one of them just drew the steps. There were 16 steps, so she drew 16 steps up to Old Main. But it really did get them talking a little bit about like what they want to do after they graduate. And we talked about like you don't have to go to college, but what do you want to do? Like what kind of a lifestyle do you want after you graduate from high school? What does that look like? What do you need to do to make that happen in your life? And so it was a really 2 fun, very long days. On the second, when we brought the 2nd grade home, like event about Holbrook, I was like, it was just loud. And so I said, if anybody can tell me who's singing this song, I'll give you a Cougar ticket. And so I'll be honest, we bribed them the whole way home. If they could tell us who was singing a song, they got a Cougar ticket. So the next day at school, they hit me up for their 3 and 4 Cougar tickets, but they got them. And so
I mean, that group needed to stop for a bathroom break on the way out in Holbrook, if that tells you anything.
but I do like they were talking just a little bit more about what they want to do and what that will look like for them.
And at the 5th grade level, they have, a slight idea that's very fluid, but we had one young man that I think it really solidified. It did change what he wanted to do a little bit, but it was really cool to see him thinking about it and talking about it. And, I could be a police officer. I could be a campus police officer. So that was really cool, just giving them some ideas and a starting point.
The cafeteria was definitely the highlight.
mean,
They got to come down, like it was just whatever they wanted. And so we split the kids up and just went with them. And one of them ate like cucumbers and
Croutons.
And croutons. And, but then there was also like cookies that they could have. And so I think that was the highlight for some of them of just seeing what that looked like. We didn't get to go into a dorm, but they did get to see like what the beds look like and what the desks look like and what that would look like for them. So I think it was well worth it. We're kind of talking about what we can do to grow it, what that will look like next year, and what we can do for them. So.
Thank you guys. That sounds like so much fun.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President, also, it's really fun to see those pictures and to see the kids interact and these ladies, that was their idea, and it seems to be working really well. They continue to do that. Mrs. Clark is actually doing the junior high track meet. She's not at the thing, but Bentley is recognized, and that's in 2 weeks. I also wanted to point out that each of our schools, Whipple Ranch went through first, and then the junior high, and Nicholas is now going through the PBIS grant and onboarding. it's a pretty good process. And every year you take on a little bit more, and you learn and you train and you learn. And this year, the junior high underwent the PBIS implementation review from the Department of Education. Their staff, the junior high staff and the PBIS team, they wanted to make sure that we shared this evening that the school score and student behavior expectations taught was 100%, and the overall implementation average was 98%. They'll be awarded a banner to display in the front office for their performance. That's pretty high honors when you're trying to implement a program. So that was wonderful. Also, just one final thing, everyone's favorite thing. This is the state testing time of year, and all the tests are new. They're not new. We're not new to testing, but all the tests are new, and there are some presented challenges as far as that the state hadn't fleshed out yet, but certainly the team has been giving a good effort to try to make that happen. And I know that the kids have been giving their best effort to do so. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Housley. Okay, item 3.7, call to the audience. We want to remind you guys, if you have comments that you want to make that you group together. Since we have so many tonight, we'll limit the time to 2 minutes. And if we don't get to anyone's call to the audience, we'll post a response on our webpage. First up, Tyson Adams.
Can you just say who's next so that they know, so they can come up and be ready so we can go quicker?
Kenny Bowden, Sarah Clark, did I pronounce your name wrong? Sorry. Kathy Shepard, Janelle Sterner, Bryce Judd, Jill Stoddard. We'll go from there.
All right. My name is Tyson Adams. I've been an employee with the district for 5 years. I teach sophomore English at the high school. And thank you for letting me talk with you again. A year and about 2 months ago in January of 2021, I came before the board in an open work session, and I voiced some concerns that were going on at the high school that I felt to the district about morale, about finances, about administration, because I was interested in facts. And so you graciously heard me out, and you granted me an investigation because I asked some questions that couldn't be answered with facts at that meeting. And you gave me an investigation. Miss Carrie Ramsey at the high school helped me as a co-colleague, and you assigned Mr. Housing, Ms. Beecroft, to do the investigation of themselves with us. My questions had to do with them. So in that investigation, I asked 5 or 6 key questions. Half of them were answered, half of them were not when we gave our presentations, and the board still hasn't given us a final answer on those because we were waiting for an audit, which we now have, and for other things that Mr. Housey said he did or did not have. So just to remind the board of those 5 questions that still need to be answered, it's did Mr. Housey perform performance checks on Greg Schubert over the past 5 years? If so, what were the results of those reviews? And were any actions or remedies taken against those actions? Are there any physical or electronic copies of these reviews? When asked previously, Mr. Housey said yes, there were copies, but he couldn't show them to us or the board because they're private, but that I don't think is the truth. Was Mr. Housey aware that Mr. Schubert lost the school's SRO grant? Yes, he was. How much money was lost or misplaced during Mr. Schubert's employment? They couldn't answer because our books weren't in order yet, so we had to wait on that one. We need a final answer. How much money was lost or misused while Mr. Schubert was the financial or the business manager, so like total dollar amount? And then we asked Mr. Housey when he knew that Greg Schubert was financially not sound, when he wasn't following best business practices, when he was being negligent. And he said that in his performance reviews over 3 years, he improved and he didn't improve, but we wouldn't know unless we saw those reviews. And so he should have known from the beginning. There's a report from the Attorney General's office that Greg Schubert didn't file our audit and didn't miss the deadline and missed the further deadline, and that was in 2017, I believe. But he didn't mention that in the investigation. So was Mr. Housey ever advised by the community members, other administrators, staff members that Mr. Schubert was unfit as a business manager and that there were issues with his accounting and his day-to-day operations? Did Mr. Housey record and investigate these allegations and concerns? If yes, then what were the results of the investigations? So we still don't have answers to number 6, the one I just stated, number 5, or number 4. And then number 1, are there performance checks? Do they exist? Were they ever done? But we know that they haven't been done according to the audit. You guys are going to look at that later, but I just did some quick counting for you. We answered 117 questions by the auditor, And 47 came back as yes, we were doing those things, and 70 came back as no, we were not doing those things. So if you were taking a test, we would fail pretty bad.
It's that time, Mr. Adams.
Thank you.
Mr. Bowden?
Hello, how are you guys
Hi.
doing?
Good. Can you please state your name?
Kenny Bowden.
Thank you.
And my concerns I want to bring up are I have two boys that go to the high school and came to our awareness. The police are using the high school as a hub to talk to minors without their parents present, not notifying parents, and or the school notifying parents. Like, what if my kid got in trouble outside of school and the police were at school talking to him? And it's just, I don't feel like that's right. And scaring them, intimidating them without an adult being present. They're minors. I know my rights, they don't. And just proceeding to go on, and then it happened with my stepson and wanted me present. The resource officer in school said, no, you have to do it now. They don't have to. They can wait till I get there. That's their right. And I just feel like what's going on with the police at the school is not right. And parents need to be notified when the police are there talking to their kids.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bowden.
Thank you.
Can I?
Mrs. Clark?
Real quick, I'd like to direct staff, Mr. Marchant, to get with this gentleman afterwards and maybe formulate a meeting with him and with our SROs and also Commander Westover, who's at the Shola Police Department, so you can kind of discuss his concerns and maybe reach a resolution. Where's Ben at? Raise your hand, Ben. Can you do that? Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sarah Clark, and I would like to share a couple of my experiences both as a parent and also as a former employee of the Shola School District. I was employed last spring. I resigned in January after many disappointing experiences, and I just want to add to many of the things that I have heard from employees. I was very disheartened in my position to find how many of the employees felt unsupported by the district. I did not feel that the district appropriately handled issues with parents or employees. The communication was not so great. I was very impressed with the things I heard in the beginning about the importance of social emotional education and learning and relationships between students and teachers. Found that that was not the case between employees and the district administration. I did have a concern with the school and was made clear to me by the district that if I wanted to continue my employment, I could either choose to be an advocate for my child or an employee, which I feel like is an unfair position, and was told to drop it. It was never addressed with me nor resolved. It is still ongoing. And I am very concerned about many of the concerns that have been expressed along these lines by employees and community members. And I do hope that this is being addressed and will be addressed with the school board and the administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Clark. Kathy Shepard? Can you all state your names, please, if you're going to speak
Oh,
together?
I'm Kathy Shepard.
And who's with you?
I'm Belinda. Cindy Woods.
Richard Shepard.
I wanted to address how Doug Ducey, or Governor Doug Ducey, recently stated that kindergarten through third graders would no longer have the gender taught to them in schools. And I don't know if it's being put into practice here, what he has just stated. And how do you oversee what's going on in the classroom? My question is it videoed what teachers are doing in a classroom so it can be reviewed? As you know, as a school board, are you able to review the classrooms to see what's going on? Just a question.
Like videotaping in each of the classrooms?
Yes.
Like every day?
Yes.
Okay.
Are they monitored? Are classrooms monitored?
By the
We are
TA
not
or
allowed
by,
to answer questions.
Yeah, by
We can't,
administrators.
we can't answer questions right now is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Oh,
but
you
we
can't, okay. It's a question I have. And how can parents and those that would like to get involved with the children's curriculum and know what's going on with the students, how can we get involved as a community?
I'd encourage you to talk to the site principal that your student's at, and if they can answer your questions, talk to Mr. Housley or Dr. Taylor's in charge of curriculum, correct?
Well, I have to write that down, or you could write it down for me, please, and give it to me.
If we have your information, we can email it to you.
Yes.
Or call you, is that okay?
You can come to the district office anytime. I'll sit down and visit with
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Is there any other thing?
We just wanted to know how we find out what the curriculum is that's being.
And that what Doug Ducey put into action is actually taking place here.
you. Absolutely.
Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Mr. Housley, I'm going to go on ahead and write your name and number down. So it's 5376001 extension 1001. Your secretary. Ma'am, if you want to pick this up, I've written down what Mr. Housley's direct number is.
Janelle Sterner.
There you go. You're welcome.
All right, 2 minutes, right? Okay, good evening. This is the day the Lord has made, and I will rejoice and be glad in it. Good evening, school board members. My name is Janelle Sterner, and I'm with the Citizens for the White Mountain organization and also a teacher, representing some teachers from the Sholo School District. Here are a few concerns that the teachers have approached me with. Safety issues. Most school bus routes have kindergarten students riding on the same bus as a high school student. How is that keeping the kindergartners protected from inappropriate behaviors from high school students, which I do think that's very unacceptable. Second thing, drugs in schools, vaping in the bathroom and not properly dealt with. Why should I or any other taxpayers pay for schools who are allowing drugs on campuses? I would ask that, again, I know we see a drug-free sign out there, but it seems like if drugs are in the school system, which again, you're not the only one. I've been in many public schools and it's all over. But again, if you're going to have a drug-free sign, then please, I ask that it's drug-free. If not, take it down because no tolerance means no tolerance. Next thing, cameras. I would like to know that I'm understanding there's cameras in some of the buildings. One question I do have for you is, were parents and teachers notified of that? If not, that's non-transparent, and we would ask that you be transparent, please. Teacher abuse. I've been there, done that too, in the schools that I have been. How many parents and community members knows what's happening inside the schools? Our teachers are having to put up with student profanity, disrespect, and throwing furniture and objects at teachers. One, how is that safe for other students watching what's going on? That's not a safe environment. The other thing is, got to remember, stop making our children a dollar sign, okay? They're not commodities. They're children. They're human beings. Testing over and over is unacceptable. Most taxpayers, including myself, are tired of paying high taxes for a school district, which we pay for. We even pay for this building we're all in right now, is broken.
Ms. Turner, I'm sorry, that's time.
Okay, thank
You
you.
can email us with the rest if you want, okay? Bryce Judd.
Good evening. My name's Bryce Judd. I'm a parent of students at the high school, junior high, Nicholas and Whipple. And I'm not here to talk ill or bad about anyone, including the school board administration, but I feel like, sometimes we make decisions as adults and our kids don't have a say, obviously, in that. And so I feel like I'd like to speak for our kids. And I have a few questions, obviously you can't answer, but I want you to think about. And my first question is, why did we lose our two best principals, Kevin and Debbie? Our kids thrived under them. I know there's more to it than we know, and you guys probably know more than we do. But these are the two best principals we've had. I've been in this community for 17 years. and we just lost them. These aren't people that are replaceable. Kevin had sent notes, personal notes home to our kids. They thrived intellectually, socially. Also, why are we losing a large number of teachers this year? That's something that I can't understand. Like I said, I've been here for a while, and I haven't seen anything like this. As these employees are leaving, is there an exit interview? Do we talk to them? This is the best opportunity we have to find out what the problem is during an exit interview, and I hope we know that. When we try to replace these teachers, how are we going to do that? Housing for a single family house is $500,000. We can't move someone from Phoenix to Sholo and replace them. So I've seen Sholo pride in our community, and I appreciate that. I've seen excellence. At times I've seen mediocrity, but I think it's a rare you see panic, and I think you're seeing panic with the parents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Good. Jill Stoddard.
Hi, my name is Jill Stoddard. I'm not an expert in school politics or Sholo history, but what I'm pretty good at is showing up for people in pain. I'm unwilling to look away from the teachers resigning from this school district in despair. Since February, this district has received resignations from the principal, 2 first grade teachers, 4 second grade teachers at Whipple, the principal, a SPED teacher, 2 fourth grade and 1 fifth grade teachers at Nicholas, 3 junior high teachers, and at least 11 teachers at the high school. My math could be off, but that's what I counted. One of these has a doctorate degree, 1 has 2 masters, 2 others have master's degrees, and 1 is only a semester shy of a master's degree. I haven't spoken to all of them, but I have spoken to more than I can even count today. And the common theme is that this district has become a toxic environment to be employed at. They love their students and co-teachers, but they are no longer willing to jeopardize their mental health and physical well-being by continuing to work here. They collectively describe the admin as authoritarian and condescending. When I say admin, I specifically mean Superintendent Housley. Concerns and requests for change are seen as weakness. Suggestions and speaking up in committees earn teachers a label of troublemaker. Teachers feel they've been fighting alone for years and are tired of fighting a battle that is unrecognizable to our district until now. We here are teachers. We're sorry it might be too late for some of them who have signed contracts other places, and that we're losing decades of experience this year alone, but please hear me. You are not replaceable. We appreciate your love and effort with our kids. We recognize that you have chosen a noble profession that was never going to pay well or even earn you any fame. But you absolutely deserve support from your administration. You deserve to have your voice heard, your experience validated, your opinions considered. School board members, we want better for this district. Please change the policy so that our educated and dynamic teachers don't have to take concerns to the superintendent when their concerns are about the superintendent.
Kelsey and Pedro. Kelsey, I said you, yeah.
Hi, my name is Kelsey Zampedri, and I'm a mom of, well, it's now 3 kids in the district. And I'm just wondering, we had 4 administration openings, and like Bryce said, we simply can't replace Kevin and Debbie. Like, so sad that they are leaving. Our kids are sad, everybody's sad. However, the 4 that were needing to be replaced, out of all of them, not one person from our district was hired to grow and to be in administration. If you look at our administration team now, Becky Clark, Mr. Marchant, Kevin and Debbie, they've all come up through the system and they have done a tremendous job. And yet this year, when 4 spots opened, nobody in our district can fill those positions. I know that there were applicants, and it breaks my heart to think that we're looking outside So maybe, I don't know, maybe you don't want them to have preconceived notions as they come in. But I just think that as a community, it is hard for somebody, they talked about housing, but we might get somebody up here that doesn't find Sholo a great fit. It doesn't fit everyone. And so then they leave. And once again, we're looking for another admin to come in and to get to know our children and to be around them. And then for what? Maybe to leave, maybe to stay. We don't really know. I'm really sad that we have people that really want the best for our kids in this district. And I feel like there was some unfair hiring that I've heard about. It's not firsthand, so I don't want to talk about it. But I do know that we have big shoes to fill. And I hope that you guys feel the people that you've put them there are the best fit for our children.
It's time, Kelsey. Thank you. Julie Clark. Julie Clark.
Hi again, I'm Julie Clark. I was able to speak to you guys at the last meeting, and I thought you would enjoy some follow-up that I've received from the community. Dropping my kids off, walking down the aisle at Walmart. Hey, you're Julie Clark. Hey, will you hear me? Hey, will you hear me? Hey, will you please hear me? I am not afraid to speak on behalf of those who are afraid to speak for themselves. I'm here today as a voice, and these concerns come from our district staff who hold positions all throughout the schools. There's one common occurring theme with each of them. Morale is extremely low. Communication between the schools and the district office have a major breakdown. They do not feel as though they have a voice at the district level or their concerns are being met. They are not valued, and they are told they can easily be replaced. Behavior issues in the classrooms are unmanageable at times and depleting to those who teach. Again, little to no support from the district level. They are terrified to speak and receive negative labels. There have been many misrepresentations on salary, benefits, pay, and stipends. We sit in this very room and celebrate an academic decathlon team that has taken state 2 years in a row, and that very same coach is leaving this district. Some members of the school board have had to go to extreme measures to reinstate the dishonorable way the funds were trying to be taken. I understand that managing so many people and so many different needs must be very challenging, but when you sit back and you realize that at least 53 people have decided to leave this school district since February of this year, there must come a time to self-reflect. That number speaks. The leadership at our school district is failing. It is failing our community,
It's time, Mrs.
our
Clark.
employees, and it is failing our children.
It's Stoddard. Brad Stoddard.
Hello, my name is Brad Stoddard. I'd like to touch my concerns regarding beyond textbooks. I'd like to share what I have learned from talking to students and teachers. According to the Beyond Textbook website, their mission is to collaborate with schools to improve student achievement through implementation of the Bell School District's proven teaching and learning framework. Unfortunately, this is not the outcome. It appears that approach has done more harm than good. Many of these online resources are riddled with spelling errors. Links that should correspond to 1 week takes them to a resource to a different lesson. Other links takes the teachers to a resource that requires a paid subscription. In short, the resources are not professionally vetted. Due to the poor resources of Beyond Textbooks, many teachers are using their own resources that are more suitable for their classes. They're spending and wasting time trying their best to use Beyond Textbooks when it is easier and more efficient to use their own resources and that they procure. The result is that teachers are changing and adjusting tests to make them more achievable for Sholo students. The teachers are spending more time altering Beyond Textbooks when Beyond Textbooks should be freeing up their time. In conclusion, let teachers be the professionals they are and teach towards state standards. Beyond Textbooks is not the stepping stone we were promised. It is a stumbling block. After 5 years of poor results, it's time to move on. We need to find a better evidence-based curriculum that will grow and develop children. It's time to let the teachers teach the standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stoddard. 3.8, future agenda items. Anyone? No? Item 4.1.
Wait.
Well,
I'm not there yet. I do have an item, but I've been writing so much that I actually would like to call a special meeting to discuss several of the problems brought up to us this evening. I think it's time that we start looking into it. I think it's time that we as a board start taking it seriously and trying to learn from those who have brought information to us tonight, that we need to look into those problems and see what's going on. And I would like to schedule a meeting with the concerned community members in our district.
anyone else?
I'd like to schedule it now if we can.
Yeah, when do you want to do it, Kelly?
I want to do it next week if possible.
I would second what Kelly's saying, and this next Thursday would work for me, and I'll make myself available. I think we should agendize it for a neighborhood town hall style meeting so that we can have interaction and dialogue back and forth with the public. And that I would ask that we do it at one of our campuses, whether it's at the junior high in the auditorium or in their gymnasium, and then we can kind of sit and discuss, and that as many people want to attend can, so that we don't have any kind of capacity issues or anything like that. So,
That work for you, Lamista? John, does it work for you?
Next Thursday week from today.
Yep.
Yeah.
And everyone can attend. We're not just planning a meeting that board members are going to skip.
6 o'clock works for me.
6 o'clock.
Works
Yes,
for me.
6 o'clock, the 21st.
And I would also ask if we could stay on 3.7. Is there anybody else in the audience who would like to speak who did not know that we had to fill out a form? And
Mr. Clark, we're going to move on because we have the attorney waiting to talk.
I think she's okay. We're paying her so she
We
can
have-
wait for us. So
I do
we
see,
have people here. She's our employee. So if there's people who want to speak, I think they should be allowed to speak. So
They can come to next Thursday's meeting and do
But-
that.
I did want to ask, my daughter is out there in the audience and she kind of oversees this as a meeting place. Rachel, is it available next Thursday? Do you think off the top of your head?
He's saying let's use someone that's bigger so we don't have a capacity issue.
Oh, have something that's bigger than here?
That's what
I'm sorry, I missed that. Okay, then where should we have it at?
I think the junior high gymnasium. The seats are broken? How long have they been broken?
Mr. Housley, how about the high school library?
For the Whipple grant.
You can have the high school library, the high school gymnasium.
Okay.
High
How-
school gymnasium would be
High
better.
school gymnasium? Okay,
Okay, so the 21st at 6 PM at the high school.
If you'd have to come up and state your name for the record, Ms. Judd. We won't be able to answer it, but
Well, kind of. When we get to agenda item 7.1, is there any interaction that we could have with the board or with the auditor or the person that is giving us the findings of the audit?
yes, the board can interact at 7.1 during the audit review with the public.
Anything else for future board agenda items?
Yes. Would you like to set
Sure, we can do it the same one. Item 4.1, approval of Nicholas Homestead Handbook. Is that Mr. Hull? No? Is that you, Mr. Housley?
This is just the annual adoption of the handbook. And there are some considerations that will need to be considered, excuse me, later, as there are some other adjustments that need to be made as far as the policy around masks is still contained inside there. And then there's another piece with reference to an employee that's no longer with us. So other than that, it is ready for your approval.
So we can pass it pending those updates.
Yeah.
A motion, we approve the handbook pending those changes.
What specifically are the changes, Mr. Housley? Which sections are they going to be? Do you know?
It's the portion that has to do with face masks. It's no longer in our dress code policy, so it is labeled in the dress code.
Well, and the entire dress code policy is an outdated version. It's not consistent with the current district policy.
So how urgent is it that I don't feel comfortable approving a document that I don't have the chance to review. So I would ask that if we could table this, if that's going to be problematic for you, Mr. Hall, or is that going to be? He just rotated.
When was it updated?
Usually if you refresh, you get the new copy.
Was the new copy attached to board docs or?
Yes.
I don't believe so.
No.
If we table this, Mr. Hall, would that be problematic for you or your replacement for next year? I'll move that, or is anybody going to second John's motion?
I can withdraw that motion and motion to.
Yeah, I'd move that we table the 4.1 and bring it back to our next board meeting so we can have a chance to review the final product.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item 4.2, approval of MTBS manual. Mr. Hosley?
This is the manual that is related to PBIS. If you have questions for Mr. Hall, he can walk you through it. He or his team.
Does have any questions?
No.
I don't.
I'll entertain a motion to approve the new manual.
A motion to approve the MTBS manual is presented.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item 4.3, discussion and approval of the understanding between the Education Forward Arizona and Shola Unified School District. Mr. Hosley?
This is specifically for the new Ask Benji app that will help parents and students fill out with their FAFSA help.
Would have loved this as a parent.
A motion to approve it as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item 5.1, approval of new or revised positions.
I would like to motion that we enter executive session to talk about these issues.
Second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Can I real quick ask, what are we talking, all 5 personnel matters or just which one? 5.1? John?
There's several there. Almost that entire group of 5.
5.1, 5.2,
Yeah.
5.3, 5.4, 5.4.
All through that entire group of 5.
I would actually like to include 5.8 in that as well.
Yeah, the entire
The
group
whole
of 5.
section of 5.
Yeah,
Okay.
the entire group section.
Okay.
Something we need to say here for the lawyer, or can we go?
Is everyone in aye on that? No one's opposed? Okay, so motion passes. So sorry, guys, we'll have to have you all leave for this part of the meeting. Mhm, sure.
You're making motions. You don't even know what.
Our agenda is always posted. It's always posted, so you can go on and read the links. And we have the study session beforehand that we talk about different things too. Okay. It's called Board Docs on our website. You would just go Board Docs. Board Docs.
John.
Just saying. Just saying.
All right. I'll follow your lead tonight.
So,
The
Wait till
auditor's
they all
still,
sit down, or,
hope the auditor's still awake.
Only
Oh,
those
yeah,
4%.
well.
we're up, so.
I don't know what he looks like, so I don't know who
He's
he
not
was.
here. He's on Zoom.
He's
Oh,
on
he's on
Zoom.
Zoom.
Yeah, he'll be on Zoom.
Oh,
Might be in his pajamas.
okay. Okay, start it. Yeah, let's just do it.
Okay, I'll entertain, oh, Grant's not here.
Just letting the public in.
Yeah, they're all. I'm starting to get hungry. Are you guys?
Do you want some of my cheese and nuts?
No, thank you.
Well, if it's gonna be a blood sugar issue,
I'll let you
ask for
know.
my cheese and
It
nuts.
would be
Okay.
nice, I think.
It's cheese, nuts, and raisins. So, you know,
Ooh, that sounds good.
I'll move to come out of executive session.
A second.
She didn't hear you. She was visiting.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to move out of
Brent
executive.
just did and Kelly seconded.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item 5.1, approval of new and revised positions. Mr. Housley.
Ms. Beecroft, you want to share this position and the purpose?
In consideration of the audit, and it took us over a year to complete the audit, we need more support. If we don't have additional staff, these things just are not going to get into compliance. I work 10, 12 hours a day. I'm exhausted. The ladies are exhausted. We need more support. So the compliance specialist would be over procurement. All the items listed there, they would be in direct contact with the auditor, as well as training one-on-one with the district staff, and would be at the district.
Vanessa, now that we know where we are with the audit and audit findings and such, do you think that we should be in better standing now without this position? My only question on this position is the fact that it does not directly enhance a student's educational process. And I'm kind of of the mind right now that any new position should be that, which is going to directly, enhance their, and we've gone how many years without having a position like this in the past?
Well, we've
And-
also gone 6 years with a business manager that don't know anything about finance.
I know, but now we
Like-
have you. And so hopefully, I'm just wondering, can we, maybe have our auditors come in or a group come in, teach our financial secretaries, teach our staff how to appropriately take care of USFR guidelines, stay in line, and without having, I just don't see this being a 40-hour per week position. Is this something maybe that, what was the new position we hired? The Medicaid? Maybe that's not a 40-hour a week position, that maybe this could be combined with that. I have a problem with trying to get a $40,000 or $50,000 position that's not going to help our kids at all. You know where I'm coming from?
Well, if we don't have anyone do this, because part of the audit is going to be a corrective action plan, we have to show what we're doing to address this. Who's going to address these specific items?
Kelly, with all due respect, we can't complain about the job they're doing and then not give them the resources to fix it. I mean, if we're complaining about the problems, we have to do what needs to be done to fix it. And if we're not willing to do that, we're just going to keep floundering.
Well, I'm just going to say, 20 years ago, 15 years ago, we didn't have this problem. We had this problem that came up 6 or 7 years ago. and we did not have a compliance specialist. I'm just saying my own personal opinion.
Don't laws
I'm-
also the state keeps giving us more and more rules that we have to follow without giving us any more resources to do it? And this is us trying to figure it out.
I'd agree with Kelly. I just think that we probably have individual staff members that we could look at. I mean, this is the first time I'm hearing of this. Normally when we have new positions or something like that, like we have a study session, we have people come, we can kind of talk through the ideas and vet it. It's not just placed on the agenda saying we need this position. So in my mind, like Kelly said, we have finance secretaries at multiple locations. We haven't vetted whether or not those duties could be assigned to those people or what training needs to go on and all that kind of stuff. So I just don't think that it's kind of like, well, here's a problem, here's the only solution. And it's like, well, is that really the only solution? And it's a very costly solution when we're having other people saying, hey, we have problems with kids who are having behavioral issues. We need these things, we need all this. And it's kind of like, well, we're going to direct this just because it's like, well, here's our only solution. And I just don't think it is. So that's how I feel personally. So.
Well, I disagree. The audit's been ongoing for over a year, and I've let the board know updates all along. And specifically, it states in the corrective action plan that we have to address how we're going to fix these items. It's a district level, like the asset management, the capital asset management, like nothing was being tagged or tracked for 6 years. Like I can't just say, okay, we have to have additional resources that includes personnel to address these items.
I'm just saying somebody tracked them in the past before the 6 years ago. So that's,
I do not remember.
And the other thing too is I don't know that, I agree with Kelly. I don't know if this is a 40-hour week position. So is there a possibility that could be a part-time position that could morph into a full-time position? I know last year we were talking about the athletic program and it was kind of like we were told, well, this is the only way to do it. And then it was like, well, I don't think that's the only way to do it. And then Mr. Kessner came in and we have more of a hybrid model that I feel like has been more successful this year than it was originally presented to us. So I think that there might be other opportunities to deal with this. And I would recommend that we put this on a study session for next month and give us some more what's the job description? What is this person going to be doing 40 hours a week? Like all of those kind of things are something I think we need before we can just approve it. In my mind.
There is a job description attached.
Just to,
Absolutely, to pick up what has been neglected for 6 years is a full-time position.
just for perspective, Lemista mentioned there's other things that have come out that aren't the same as 20 years ago. Title IX is and probably could be the Title IX coordinator could be a standalone position. It's not. It's something that we put in somewhere else. If you understood the statutes and the requirements of running that Title IX, it's significant, but we don't. We've placed that on top of someone else, and so those are things that Lemista was alluding to that are things that have been statutorily been added to the plates of the people that sit in the offices wherever they are, and so that just for that consideration as you think about the
Sure.
duties as Lemista said.
so maybe next month you can bring us that information, and show us and justify having a new position and the different laws and rulings that are in place. And, but I'm just one, so.
You guys want to make a motion, have it on next month's agenda?
Yeah, I'll move to table item 5.1, approval of new or revised positions to a study session for next month so that we can gain better insight as to this position and the need for it.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item 5.2, approval of new hires, renewals, and transfers. Mr. Hosley.
Madam President, members of the board, there are a number there for your consideration this evening. Moving to the high school, Debbie Hall is a CTE early childhood development teacher. Anna Kahan is a Spirit Line head coach. Angeline Hansen, social studies teacher. Megan Dorset, English teacher. the junior high, Patty Kramer. As a sixth grade teacher, Rebecca Diggs at Nicholas Homestead, fourth grade. Whipple Ranch, Kristen Orton, second grade teacher. Desiree Holyoke at Linden as the secretary of health tech. At the district level, child nutrition, Sandra Choate. Heather Johnston as a bus driver. Virginia Gibbs as the administrative assistant and Title IX coordinator. And Mike Brogan as the athletic director. Transfers, Joel Reed from special ed paraprofessional to athletic department secretary. Suzanne Decker, third grade teacher to Nicholas Homestead music teacher. Heidi Shipatello, Whipple Ranch kindergarten teacher to Whipple Ranch music teacher. Al Frost from fifth grade at Nicholas Homestead to junior high PE. And Robert Romanelli as a route bus driver to a trip driver for your approval.
I'll motion we approve the list as constituted there.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item 5.3, approval of resignations, retirements, and terminations.
Madam President, members of the board, for your consideration, Eva Franco, second grade teacher. Monica Connerman, music teacher. Harvey Hudson, first grade teacher. Starla Stansbury, second grade teacher. Ben Peterson, music teacher. Jeannie Bloom, fifth grade teacher. Sarah Watkins, fourth grade teacher. Brandon Rivera, paraprofessional. Kim Thomas, seventh grade teacher. Joanne Labotten, high school math teacher. Eric Canchett, science teacher. Samantha Phillips, CTE secretary. Roger Bout, child nutrition worker. Robert Romanelli, route bus driver. Troy Cook as the high school basketball coach, and Nathaniel Clark as the maintenance two.
I'll make a motion to approve the resignations as presented. I also wanted to say thank you to all who are resigning for your service to Shiloh School District.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item 5.4, approval of stipends, volunteers, and event workers. Mr. Hosey?
Madam President, members of the board, for your consideration this evening, stipends is wrestling coach John Wilhelm, Claudia Layton, special ed extra duty stipend. Event workers, Gary Whipple as a chaperone, Mike Hall, CDL athletic trip driver, Laura Larish as a CDL athletic trip driver, Audra Vera, high school finance secretary, and then Diane Young, registrar, and those changes there 8 hours per week during the summer months for Audra, and then 4 hours per week during the summer months for Diane Young.
I make a motion to approve stipends, volunteers, and event workers.
I second.
I have a question. Is for stipend for John Wilhelm, is that the head wrestling coach at the high school, or is that just for the
That was for the, that was for the, goodness.
Summer program?
Yeah, it was for the assistant coach.
assistant coach for at the high school? Okay, it just said. So John's stepping up to help out. Thanks, John, for that. I know you're here somewhere. Thank you.
So, do we have a second? Yeah, so all in favor?
Seconded.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Item 5.5, approval of reading specialists. Mr. Hosey?
Madam President, members of the board, this is a recommendation for reading specialists. One other thing that I know you heard as you went around to the sites, the three that you've been able to, is that reading is a concern, and gaps is something we really want to address. And I know that's a value that the board's established and set as a goal. So these four we bring for you for your recommendation or your consideration tonight. Amanda Incarnation at Nicholas Homestead to support the special ed department. Susan Van Nostrum, Linden, reading specialist in special ed. Michelle Shoup at Whipple Ranch, and Corinne Anderson at Nicholas Homestead for your approval.
I'll make motion to approve the reading specialists as presented, and I am really excited that we are able to offer these. So thank you.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item 5.6, approval of certified staff for the 22-23 school year.
Madam President, members of the board, we have for your consideration Claudia Layton, Teresa Kime, and Christy Francis.
A motion to approve as presented?
I'll second. Is Claudia still here? She just graduated from college this last
Yay,
week, so
Claudia.
congratulations, Claudia. That's awesome.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item 5.7, approval of classified staff for the 22-23 school year. Mr. Hosley.
Madam President,
Oh, it's a lot to read.
yeah, I won't read it. It is available as an attachment in the board docs. There's a number of those. So
This is a good reminder that we have a lot of people working our district to support our students. Guys, entertain a motion.
Motion we approve.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item 5.8, approval of administrative staff for the 2022-23 school year.
Madam President, for your consideration, the list of administrative staff are attached to this item.
I'll make motion to approve the administrative staff with the deletion of Shad Housley. We're going to have a board meeting next week, and we will be discussing that at that time. So I motion to approve without his name on it.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item 5.8, 6.1, discussion of possible action policy, GCF, professional staff hiring. Mr. Hosley.
Madam President, this was a request of Mrs. Boyer. So
You know what, Mr. Housley, it's late. We can handle this another night.
Okay.
So you can actually delete even 6.2 if you'd like to do so.
I'll move to table 6.1 and 6.2 to a future date of one of our meetings if it should come up at some point.
I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item 6.3, first reading of policy GCBA, professional staff salary schedule.
Madam President, members of the board, so in our current salary, new teacher to the district salary placement chart, there's you get points as a new teacher coming to the district, and you get points for experience, points for education, and then the difficult to staff positions have been working on additional considerations. And so right now you get 1 point for every year up to 10, and then it's 1 for every 2 after that to wherever. Right now we don't get a lot of teachers over 20 years, and we don't also many districts around us don't honor that high. So the recommendation is just to change that piece of the policy where it says we'll give a maximum of 1 credit for 1 and 1 for up to 10, and then 2. The criteria I'd just like to add for a max of 15 points. That honors 20 years of experience. And then that would be a max of 15 points there. Very rarely do it even extend above that. So that would be the modification, is just to add that piece there. And I think it was outlined at the front end.
Then these lines here wouldn't be included. Is that what you mean?
No, because the educational experience piece is still there.
Okay.
And so that still goes up to a doctorate at 16, just like it was before.
Okay.
And so you would still need both columns.
Oh, okay.
All it would do is limit the experience we would grant to a teacher coming to our district to 20 years. So we would grant. And it's all over the place when you look around the state. Some districts grant you 5, some grant you 10, some grant you just like we do, but up to 20, like we're asking some. So it's a little all over the place, but our recommendation is just to limit that to a max of 15 points. And this is a change in policy, so this is just a first reading, but we are trying to also do our salary schedule for next year. So depending on where we go with this, that might just change that, and we'll just have to make that adjustment as we hire new teachers if it doesn't change to reflect this.
So this is the new version that you include in this packet?
Yes, ma'am. So just to put it in perspective, if I was here for 30, if I came in to the district with 30 years of experience, right, that's 15 additional points plus 10, I would get 25 points. So that's really, if I had 30 years of experience that I was coming in. Actually, that's wrong. I'm sorry. It's 20 points. So it'd be an additional 10. So I would be at 20 points instead. So it's a 5-point difference, even if I came in at 30 years.
And this won't affect our current staff or those people?
No, it doesn't affect this. Our salary placement chart, that's sometimes where it gets confusing. This was developed in the late 2000, like 2008, 2000, something like that.
Right.
And a lot of districts around went to it, but it is not a step salary placement chart.
Right.
A stepped chart, that stays with you your whole time that you experience employment in a district, because it's those steps and calls. Ours is not based off of that, so it's a one-time, it's your experience when you enter our district, and after that, it doesn't really apply to you as your employment with, your engagement with the school district.
Do you see us doing this, that we will attract more veteran teachers?
I don't know if it'll attract anyone other than it just makes it clear that that's where our cutoff is. If going high, having the unlimited number of years of experience hasn't attracted any more experienced teachers than it has.
Okay.
I'll move to approve the first reading of policy GCBA, professional staff salary schedules, as has been presented.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item 7.1, fiscal year 20 audit review with Einfeld and Meach. Is Beecroft? Is he still with us?
I think he's with us. He'll be coming up on the TV here pretty quick.
I'm waiting a while. There he is.
There he is.
Sorry for the delay.
Just a reminder, members of the board, the microphone for him is on that camera, so you'll just have to speak up when you're talking to him.
Vanessa, do you
Vanessa,
want
tell him to go ahead.
Hi, Eric. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. How are you?
Thank you for staying awake.
Not easy. It's an hour past my bedtime.
You have the floor.
Well, thank you for allowing me to be here. We conducted the single audit for the district, which is a financial statement audit, a federal compliance audit, and a state compliance audit. The financial and federal portion of the audit are included in the single audit reporting package, and the state compliance issues are in the USFR compliance questionnaire. Really, I just wanted to be here just to answer any questions you might have about the audit.
Well, overall, how did you think we did?
Have you looked at the audit?
I have.
You are virtual.
I'll be honest with you, it wasn't one of the better audits, so the results weren't.
If we could participate in this portion and you said yes, how would you like?
Once I think that we can open it up to the public for public comment after we're done talking to our auditor. So I have a couple of questions. I know that we were late. We got a letter from the auditor, the Arizona Auditor General's office, that then sent that to the State Board of Education. There was a hearing that was scheduled back in the, I believe it was for March 28th, because we were not compliant with the USFR. Why were we not compliant? Like what caused that to occur?
What, as far as
What do you mean by compliant with the USFR? Have they
The
sent you a
Auditor General
letter?
said we had missed specific deadlines, so they couldn't determine whether or not we were compliant with the USFR. And
Yeah,
so,
and part of that was, uh, you know, I think you had a fire in the district office, and so I think the district employees had a hard time finding information, and we tried to give them as much time as we could. And then also, I think the capital assets, we had gone back and forth with the capital assets to get those correct. That took a lot of work to get that correct so that we could opine on the capital assets.
what do you mean by capital assets? Like, what is that? We have a lot of members of the public here, so if you could talk in layman's terms, that would be great.
Yeah, your capital assets are your buildings, your land improvements, your land, construction in progress. I think you had a lot of construction projects going that carried over from year to year. And so that is carried out as construction in progress on your capital asset listing. And so just getting the buildings and the land improvements and the capital and the construction in progress all straight was quite a task.
And so how can we miss those? I mean, it sounds like in the USR or FR, there is specific deadlines that's contained in the front part of the USFR. Which ones were we not compliant with specifically, as far as meeting those original deadlines for the Auditor General and then them reporting that to the Department of Education?
Well, because of COVID, you had an extension until the end of September. So you missed that deadline to turn it into the Auditor General, as well as the Federal Clearinghouse. That's the big one. As far as other dates, I don't know if there were budget issues where you missed, you know, the deadline on budgets or things like that. But as far as, you know, the work we were on, it was the audit report being turned into the state and the federal authorities.
And then we were able to get all of that to you, though, once we got the letter from the Auditor General and the Department of Education.
I don't know when you got that letter.
We received the letter, it looks like March 10th, and there was this hearing for March 28th, and then we got all of that information in sometime between the two so that the Department of Education took us off the public hearing, so.
Yeah, we wrapped up your audit on March 7th.
Okay.
So that's what the audit report is dated. So that's when your management signed the general representation letter.
Okay. And so do you have any input as to the Department of Education, what they're doing moving forward now? Like, or does your company not have any role in that?
Well, we don't have any role in that. I can tell you they're assessing your audit report, especially they're going to scrutinize the USFR compliance questionnaire. They spend a lot of time on that.
Yeah.
I can't say what they're going to do. I think you would expect a letter from them on where to go going forward. What we have seen in similar situations is they'll send you a letter that says you're not in compliance, and they'll give you a list of items from the compliance questionnaire that are the most important, and they'll ask for a corrective action plan to correct those errors, and they'll want that within 90 days of when you receive the letter.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And I don't know for sure that you will get that from the state, but that's my guess is that's where it might go.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I was wondering, does your firm offer services to help train like financial secretaries and those who might be involved?
We do.
Okay, great.
We do. We have a consulting department that does a lot of that.
Great. Thank you.
It can only be, you know, training and things like that. We can't do specific items for the district because then we impair our independence for the audit.
Right, but you can train so that they
Yes.
are doing their job correctly. Very good.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
You guys have any more questions, Mr. John?
Yeah, I have one. I mean, obviously this, we didn't do well. What are, I mean, if you had to give top 3, top 5, what are the biggest issues you saw? And is there anything that you would say was good out of this that we did well?
You know, across the board, you had findings in the USFR compliance questionnaire. You had over 80 instances of non-compliance. And I can just tell you a little comparison. I just went and looked at the audit year before, the 2019 audit, and looked like you had about 44 comments of USFR non-compliance. So it's gotten a little worse, and like I said, it's across the board. If you look starting on page 109, those kind of point out the areas that are probably the worst. You know, that you overexpended budget in your M&O fund as well as your classroom site fund. You also had a material weakness over your internal controls over bank and cash reconciliations. And I talked about the capital assets. There were some issues with capital assets that were pretty major. And then the other one, just overall your accounting records and financial reporting. Had quite a few bullet points there with instances of findings. So, you know, off the top of my head, I apologize. I'm not really sure exactly what areas you really did well in. Across the board, though, you had findings in all different areas.
Yeah. Thank you for your answers. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
That's all I have, Madam President, for our auditor.
You want to open it up to public comments? You do, Brad?
Yeah, I would like to hear from the public.
So if you have any comments or questions you want to ask him, come up here and state your name, please. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for the auditor.
If you want.
You got to come to the
Come up
microphone
here
and state your
because
name.
The microphone's over there.
Speak into that
Oh,
tripod
right
there.
Yeah.
Okay. Tyson Adams.
Mhm.
Yeah. Hi. So, just obviously you do this a lot. So in other districts or another audit program, what are the best ways that we can avoid having these problems in the future, like with our district and our finance, besides good practices, of course, but like what would you recommend for staff? What would you recommend for procedures that you didn't see in place? What kind of things could we do and establish now so that we don't have these problems in the future?
Well, that corrective action plan that you prepare, that you would have to prepare for the state if that happens. That's the time to put in the policies and procedures and, you know, to going forward on how you can fix these things. And if that's something that seems too daunting for the employees with the district, I recommend you hire a consultant, you know, that has worked in this area before and can help you get a plan in place with some policies, or, you know, at least you might have the policies, you just need to follow them. And that's the most important thing, is following your policies going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? You guys have anything else for?
No, ma'am.
No? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sorry for keeping you up so late.
Thank you.
Sorry for making you wear a tie at 10 o'clock at night.
Well, I'd like to say to Ms. Beecroft and her staff, thank you very much for all the assistance. This was a very difficult audit this year, especially the challenges with her coming in and taking over for a prior business manager. And then you also had that district, you know, that fire in the district office that made it quite challenging as well. I'd just like to thank her and her staff.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
Yeah.
ask the auditor.
I think we can let the auditor go and then we could ask you.
Or do you want to keep him in case he has the answer?
Yeah, he might.
Yeah.
You're
He
right.
might
Yeah.
hang on just a sec.
How
Can you
about-
hang on with us for just a minute as we field the question?
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you.
So I just want to direct your attention to our governing board website, the policies and procedures.
Can you state your name and
Yeah,
then?
my name's Jill Stoddard.
And then you're gonna have to talk over there so he
Jill
can
over
hear you.
there. It really isn't a question for him. According to our policy, DI, the superintendent shall ultimately be responsible for receiving and properly accounting for all funds of the district. The third paragraph down, the superintendent shall provide to the board periodic financial reports showing the financial condition of the district. Was this done for 2021?
I feel like Vanessa has been very good in updating the board and letting us know where we are financially.
Well, this doesn't say Vanessa. It says the superintendent shall be ultimately responsible for receiving and properly accounting for all funds.
That I do not know. I know that we get reports from Vanessa, and she's been very, very vocal with us on a, bi-monthly, every other month? You've been reporting to us.
Okay, has the superintendent provided the board periodic financial reports?
He provides it in
So
that she
those
provides it.
come
He
from her,
he
right.
makes sure that it's being provided by her.
So you guys feel like all along during 2021, you were up to date, kind of expected how bad this audit was going to be. This didn't blindside you?
No, it did not.
This is
The-
the
Can I step in here, please?
Yes, please.
Our audit was the 2020 fiscal year.
I was not
2020.
on the board in 2020.
She said 2021 though.
Yeah.
Have you
Yeah.
started?
Okay, sorry.
No?
We're just starting the fiscal 21 audit.
Will we expect it in the summer like we normally get it?
We are shooting for a June 30 deadline.
Okay. Anything else? Sorry, Kelsey, state your name and then you have to go back over there again.
Kelsey Zampedri, and I guess my question would be to you guys that have been on the board. Did we know for years that Greg wasn't doing his job and we just kept him? Is really what this boils down to.
I only started on the board in the last
was-
year, so.
Do we have his evaluations? Because it sounds like everybody kind of knew. I mean, I sat in meetings with him and thought, maybe there could be some problems. I'm just asking, as his superintendent, did you know?
Madam President, it is not something that you should discuss former or current employees in an open session. If that's
A
not
sticky
something
place to go.
that we can do that.
I'm sorry.
Okay, it's okay to ask the question.
PI and think, I mean, because obviously Vanessa had to step in, save a lot of bacon.
A lot of
A
bacon.
very thankless job, by the way.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying is you were at the district office, and so I guess you probably saw this all unfolding here.
Yeah.
And so,
There's no secret.
yeah, it's no secret. And so what I'm saying is as his supervisor, why is our district having to listen to 70-something negatives? I'm just wondering.
Christina Lewis. Do I need to go to him
Yeah.
still? Or? Yeah. I'm confused. If we all knew how bad it was, why are we? Why haven't we made changes? You know there's a problem, then you fix it. I don't understand. Like, this affects me because it affects me, right? Because my kids are going to school with teachers who are underpaid, undervalued, and we know that it's nothing's done. That's why we're all, because you know, and this, I'm friends with most of you. Like, this isn't a personal attack against any of you. This is these are my kids, their schools, this is our community. Like, that is family. Like, I think that's our biggest strength.
They're all pretty big. And everybody just let it. And I think that where you're getting this for the face.
Can we comment on that?
Which portion?
All of it, because I think it's important that everyone knows that Vanessa's been in this role for 2 years.
I'm not talking
And
about
we switched auditors. This is a new auditor, just new to us this year. The audit changed. It's not the same audit we've had in past years. There was a lot of different questions in it. So it's not like this is just a new problem that started this month.
For the record, I know this isn't Vanessa.
Right.
This is Vanessa trying to clean up a huge
Fix
mess
it.
made by other people. This has nothing to do with Vanessa. This is Vanessa trying to help you dig out.
I've only been on the board for a year, but so by the time I joined the board, Vanessa was in charge. And I will say that reading through the audit, a lot of things I went, oh, that's why we started doing this thing that they hadn't been doing before. A lot of the changes that the audit is kind of came to light need to be changed. She's already been making these changes as they've been coming across them. A lot of this is stuff that the changes have already been being made. The fact that they used this auditor instead of the auditor they had been using before, that was a change. So I can't speak to what happened previous years, but in the last year that I've been on the board, I've been seeing a lot of changes being made, the problems being taken seriously, and corrective action trying to be made. I can't speak before that, but I'm very thankful to Vanessa for all of the good changes she's been making, and that the position she was in was really difficult, and she's trying, and we care, and we're trying. So thank you for that.
I can't speak for past boards, what they knew and what they didn't know. I know what I know while I worked there, but I won't comment on that. But I will make a comment to Vanessa that I truly thank Vanessa because she has worked her behind off for the last 2 years trying to get us in a good place. And she loves the district and she's very committed to it. She has children who go to school here. So she's that vested in trying to do the right thing for Show Low Schools. Unfortunately, we have to go through this mess now and clean up, and she gets the brunt of that responsibility, which is unfortunate, but I thank her for stepping up and doing it. And yeah, and we do recognize now, and I don't know when some recognized it, but we are trying to do right and to get things right. And so please bear with us as we do that. And yeah, and I know that's what you want. I know, and I know you all have the love of the district as well. So thank you.
Item 7.2, does anyone?
Let's invite him.
Oh, I did. Okay. Bye, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you.
Does anyone?
Night.
Does anyone
You
need to
have a
move
good night.
into executive session?
No.
No? Okay. Item 7.3, approval of proposal submitted in response to I can't talk.
Solicitation. I
Thank
can't say it
you.
either.
Yeah. Quotes for interested parties for naming rights to the Show Low High School football stadium. Have you been, Mr. Kashner?
Mr. Kashner is
Mr.
here.
Kashner's been waiting this whole time. You want to share with us?
Well, after I thought we had this, when I came here, I knew we were in the process of.
Mr. Kashner, you might have to stand at the mic if you could.
When I took this position, one of the first things I observed was the beauty of the gym when I walked through in July, and then it was gone. And one of the things, a couple questions I asked, the scoreboards looked old, and the basketball coaches told me that there were only one or two. And then I checked with a couple of the companies, and the parts were obsolete. The scoreboards were unfixable unless they took some parts from one or two to make them work. And if you were at any of our competitions this year, certain bulbs went off. And so I had been, when I worked in college, we had worked on some contracts and naming rights. And so I went and approached, and we put it out
for bid, and we were awarded $75,000 from Hatch Toyota to change the name of the arena to Hatch Toyota Arena. And with that money, we are purchasing brand new scoreboards that have been ordered, but it was a 6-month turnaround. And that's why they're not here yet, but they're going to be. So with that being said, knowing the financial state of our athletic department at the time, I proceeded to seek out naming rights for the stadium as well at a substantial amount more than what we did the arena, with the idea that that would give the next person sitting in this position a little bit more operating capital. And there's a lot of things that need to be addressed. We addressed some of them this past year, like the track had some serious issues that have now been repaired. And the cables in the gym were insufficient and were not operating. So with some of that money that's constantly looking for money, it was a way to bring some more money into the district and make it a long term, so there would be an investment every year. So we would be seeing revenue going forward for the next 15 years in regards to that. And it's starting to be done more and more because districts are finding revenue hard to come by, unless you're going to go for major bond and some other budget overrides and things like that. And I felt this was an easy way to bring some more money into our athletic department. And our gym now will be outfitted with new scoreboards. The floor is already finished. We've moved and fixed a bunch of other things that this money will help in the future, maintaining our facilities. So ask your questions. I mean, it was out there for a number of, I think, 15 days, to see if anybody would match. I know when we first did the arena, I was on the phone with Mr. Housley and Vanessa, and we had a young attorney. And before I did anything, I went through my own attorneys. I have my ex-players that are my own. I have 3 attorneys that all played for me and helped me draw up the initial one and the first question I got was, he thought we undersold it. And I said, ask the attorney, well, how many of those have you done? His answer was none. I said, how many other school districts have proceeded to name in Arizona? He said, none. So he wanted us to make sure that we were doing it correctly. And with Vanessa and Mr. Hauser, we drew up the contract correctly. And he made a couple minor changes. And so when it came time for the stadium, we increased it almost by 4, the amount. And that was looked upon, I thought, greatly. And I think we're going to be, Shola will now be a model for some other school districts. I know I've already received 2 calls regarding how they could go about the same process for their arenas and stadiums. So it's the wave of the future. I mean, colleges have been doing it. Junior colleges have been doing it. It's just, it's working its way down to school districts because of lack of funds and another way to bring funds into the school district.
Anyone have any questions?
Yeah, I have a question. Are you looking at doing like an RFP or an RFQ for the availability to broadcast the sporting activities, like maybe an exclusive agreement?
Yes.
I mean, we give away prime seating, prime booths at all of our major athletic events to radio shows and all that kind of stuff. Have we thought about looking at doing something like that?
We're already in the process of negotiations with what we did this year. To answer that question, I understood when I got here there were 3 entities that had normally done radio and live streaming. So I went to each of those and said this past year would be an evaluation period. And so they paid a fee to come and live stream our games, even out of town. For example, Round Valley sent a group down. We gave them a fee, and they paid it, and we've been collecting that. But with that, that's a great question. We would like to go into a contract with one particular media, and so all of our games, not only football, not basketball, baseball, softball, soccer. They did live stream our Blue Ridge soccer game last year, and we were paid for that because basically what they're doing is using our athletes and making money off of them. And I mean, and it's no different that's happening in the NCAA now with the name, image, and licensing. But I think that's going to be it's going to give us an avenue not only for athletics though. This will go beyond that, broadcasting graduation, being able to get our messages out to the public via our own media outlet. Since we don't have that within the school anymore, it's another way to get all of our events out there and for us to gain revenue from that as well. So yes, you're absolutely right. I didn't want to, but that's in the process right now.
Great. And who benefits from this, from these revenues? Is it the entire athletic department? Is it the entire district athletic department, the high school? Who is it?
The entire district athletic department. In fact, part of the agreement would be we'd maybe want to have one or two of our junior high games live streamed as well.
Great.
And it's a whole thing that, and that's where even graduation comes in, that once we sign this agreement, it would be that we would have an outlet to broadcast whatever we felt necessary. And maybe we wouldn't necessarily get a fee for it if it was something like we were asking them to do, like come and do a junior high game, or let's say, and the reason I brought it up would be our junior high football team this past year made it into the championship game. That would be one that we'd ask them to broadcast without gaining any revenue, but it would provide a service to the community having it live streamed. Same thing with if we were in the playoffs in basketball. Maybe sending them down to the state wrestling tournament in junior high, since we were very successful there. Different ways to, I think one of the things, I'll be honest with you perfectly, that this district is lacking is a public relations person. I mean, there's a lot of good things going on in this district, but nobody knows about. And I'm so tired of hearing the negativity, not some of the positive things. And that, just like you hear today in your school board meeting, you hear a lot of, there's a portion where you hear the positive things, but there's a lot of positive things going on every day in this district that go unnoticed. And I think having worked in a district for 10 years that had a full-time PR person, that the job was every day in the Tucson newspaper, there was a positive story. And there were a lot of negative things that went on in that district, but they just weren't, the positives overweighed the negatives. And I'm hoping that with this type of media outlet, a lot of the good things that we do and that the children do will be broadcast and exposed to the public.
Can we put a clause in the contract that if a school board member gets thrown out of a football game, that we can edit that out? Is that possible?
That's long in history. You know, that's forgotten.
For a city councilman.
But yeah, we don't want to live stream.
Yeah, we don't want live stream. We want a 15-second delay. I don't have any other questions. I'll make a motion.
Can I ask a quick question? Just thought entered my mind. Or when you say live stream, are you including video? Or is this mostly just radio we're talking
Oh, no. This live stream is all video.
But to be clear, that's not what we're voting on right now.
Who's getting it?
No.
Right, okay.
Live streaming
so-
would be radio, and in some instances, we might not have every game live stream video. It might be broadcast like maybe they do some of our away games. We're only talking about broadcasting, live streaming our football games and basketball games and wrestling meets that are at home. But I'm under the impression that they would like to continue to do, like if we were playing Snowflake away in a big basketball game, that they would go over there and they would live stream it. We just wouldn't get the fee for that here.
So my question, my thought was, is on the video end of this, is there, and maybe I should ask Mr. Housley,
on the video end of this, is there any way that we can tie into this that maybe we can get some of our plays and performances shown on TV?
I know when we initiated the contract in front of you tonight is different than this. We've kind of evolved a little bit in our discussion, but the initial conversation around that was what can we access with that? And I don't think we've gone in full discovery yet is what the potential vendor would want to do in comparison to what our ask might be. So we're very early yet.
That's a great answer. He has to have an audience.
Right.
But for example, one of the things we don't want to do, for example, we had the group that was going to do the Little Mermaid. You don't want to take away their revenue by, if everybody could turn into it and sit at home and eat popcorn and watch it at home.
Well, tape delayed or however you want to.
Well,
put
no,
it,
we could
you
do
know,
that.
I mean,
But the
I'm
neat
just
thing about the
thinking of
live
ways
streaming,
to.
it allows us to, there's two other elements that we haven't explored that we need to share. We have now contracted with Huddle, which we have a camera in our gymnasium and out on the football field. That in theory, if we wanted to, we own that. We pay for that. We could actually start our own live streaming, but we need to. That takes a body in itself to charge for that and take subscriptions. That's what NFHS does, but we think Huddle is better for our coaches than what that is. But yeah, we could do that.
Just a thought.
Did you make a motion?
No, I'll move to issue this submitted.
Before you do that, could you share the amount that this is for and who it's going to, if it's approved?
Sure.
Okay.
It's for $225,000 over a 15-year period, and it's Sholo Ford, who's already currently, one of the things is I know there's a battle in town here, but
A little.
they're since there is a contract that I understood that he put the scoreboard there. So it'd be kind of foolish to have two competitors within that arena because they put in that scoreboard, from what I understand, and he had the right of first refusal. So with that was since we had Hatch Toyota doing the arena, I felt that since he was the first one we approached, and then we obviously, when he said he would do it, we then had to open it up to see if anybody else would compete, and no one did. So that's where we're at today.
Okay. Hey, Brant, go ahead.
I'll move to approve the solicitation of the high school, the naming of the high school football field with the, as it's been presented.
So this is just soliciting bids.
The solicitation's already happened. This is the award.
Okay, so this is in response to the solicitation. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Can you open that attachment up?
I can give
Please.
it to you, John.
I'm not logged in.
What's that?
I think it's,
I have it open.
I think that's it, Vanessa. Oh, that's
No,
just
it's-
solicitation.
not?
Was it under executive?
Yes,
I believe so, yeah.
I'm showing it to John now.
Cool.
So we're going to. Okay. That's a bummer.
Did you make a second?
No, I didn't second it.
Grant made a first motion. Who made the second motion?
Nobody, I don't think.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion passes. Thank you. Item 7.5, discussion and possible approval of teacher compensation proposal.
7.4.
Oh my gosh, 7.4. Can't we just go to 8.4? 7.4, approval of authorized signers on district checking accounts. Mrs. Zeecraft.
I motion to approve authorized signers on district checking accounts as presented.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item 7.5, discussion and possible approval of teacher compensation proposal. Mr. Hosley.
Madam President, members of the board, inside your attachments, you'll see a recommendation for current staff of a 2% increase, current teaching staff, a 2% increase in their base salary. Also a consideration for a 10% increase to the base salary, so a movement from just over 32,000 to 35,918. Also in that consideration is asking for you to, last year you approved a retention stipend for teachers that, and it would have been this year, the next year coming up would have been $1,085. We're asking that you raise that to $2,500 for the upcoming year. And then also inside that consideration are two signing incentives. One is for a retention. That would be $1,000 for current teachers as they sign their contracts and turn them into, in the first check of next year, they would receive $1,000. And then new teachers to the district would receive $500 in their first check when they came or when they signed their contract and then showed up to work. So that is the package. If we go down, let me make sure we got everything there. Go down a little bit more, Mrs. Beecroft, thank you. We also, we only had a 3% increase in our insurance premiums. We were pretty happy about that. We were anticipating 7 to 10%, which is pretty normal in this kind of environment. It was only 3. So we are recommending that we continue to offer the 5,000 high deductible plan at no cost to the employee, and no other increase to the employee portion of the benefit package.
Do we put money into that account still?
But we also, yes, if an employee chooses the employee only 5,000 high deductible, then there's no cost to them. And we contribute $1,500 to the HSA of that employee. So that will continue to stay in place. So if they have, for instance, like I have children on my plan, I might see an increase of my children portion because that's not covered in the employee package. So that's what that is. Go ahead and go down a little bit more. In Proposition 301, the Classroom Site Fund, the allocation came out. We're recommending an increase from $10,025 to $10,600 for the upcoming year. We're also recommending that we change the way that that's paid out, in that the portion that goes into their the teacher-based compensation, we've been operating on a 60-40 value, and we ask that it's a 66% of that goes into their paychecks every 2 weeks, which would mean $7,000 would go into their compensation every 2 weeks. The other $3,600, the committee has been working very, very diligently. There are some modifications to the draft proposal that's in, or the draft thing for your review. It's not ready. That portion, the 301, is not ready for approval yet because they just sent me today the modifications, and they're going to send it back out to staff probably next week. But that 10,600 is our recommendation for that portion. If you can go down a little bit further, and then some highlights. You'll go down a little bit further. We also, for your consideration later on, I just will mention it here. You can ask questions when we get to that agenda item. But we'd like to propose that we have a Shola Unified School District Employee Referral Incentive Program. What that does is provides an incentive so that if a teacher or a staff member is responsible for recruiting someone to come to work for us, if it's a teacher, a special ed teacher, regular ed teacher, or a bus driver, that they would be able to qualify for $500 for that recruitment incentive. We are also looking to develop a health and wellness programming. That's in development. I haven't, we're initiating some conversations with some staff members on what that might look like. If you go down just a little bit further, Mrs. Beecroft. So kind of a highlight, let me go down one more. We've already hit all those things. So a highlight, if I was contracted this year and I was a teacher at $40,000, and the contracts that you issued to each of the teachers in March, if my dollar amount said $40,000, this is what it would mean to me. It would mean $800 in raise. It would mean that means my base salary would change to $40,800. $1,000 sign-on stipend, a retention stipend of $2,500. Prop 301 as part of the base is $7,000. The goal portion is $3,600. My total compensation for next year would be $54,900. So, and then if you took based on what we shared tonight for the new teacher, you'd come into base would be $35,918. If I had a master's degree and 5 years experience, that would be $40,418. $500 sign-on, $7,000, $3,600 for a total of $51,500 if I came with those qualifications to our district. So, Madam President, members of the board, that any questions that you have, but that concludes our recommendation for teacher compensation for the 22-23 school year. And just we extended the deadline for teacher contracts to next week. They were actually due yesterday, so we extended it because they were interested to hear what would happen tonight. I did share this with staff. Had an opportunity last Friday. Some were able to make that over. I was in the high school library, and the invitation was for those who could come. I spent from noon to 2, and if they could break free from what they were able to do that. I also sent this presentation out, so they were able to view it. Yeah, any questions? Sorry.
So what was staff feedback on this proposal?
I have had pretty positive feedback. Some of the principals have shared some of their staff feedback. I think it's a good faith effort to try to. We can't curb all of the effects of inflation. We can't, and those things. But for the most part, we can get down the road a little bit, and in some cases, it could be, total compensation, not just in the raise, but in total compensation. About seven-ish, whereas inflation's much more than that. So.
And you had a pretty active committee working on this with you, and
this portion, the executive team put this together, and then we presented it to all the staff. The other committees, I shared this with the difficult to staff committee because they were trying to figure out what that difficult to staff incentive looks like, and they needed to know what it looked like here. And so some of the things that we were considering is, if you raise the base, then what does that look like to attract people to the difficult to staff position? And so they really considered that and toward that. So that was the first committee that I shared this with. Okay. And because they really needed to know the information to make those decisions.
Right.
So, Mr. Hasley, where is this money, I guess, coming from? Because I know last month we were talking about potential budget cuts and all that kind of stuff, and I know that it plays into the, the legislature approving the maximum expenditure limit, and then just last week the Senate, put forth Senate Bill 1269, which the Joint Legislative Budget Committee showed that SHOLO would take $100,000 cut based off of the new financing for that. So I'm trying to wrap my head around where first of all, this money's coming from and how this fits into it. And then two, it seems like we kind of caused a huge scare in our employees for no reason. So
we actually didn't cause a huge scare for our employees for no reason. The aggregate expenditure limit was a real thing. March 1st, we had to prepare for a potential 3.1. You might disagree in your circles, but the circles with ASBO and others, and the business manager in Tolleson that works very closely with Vanessa, you couldn't take that for granted, and it went to the 11th hour. And so, yeah, we had to share that. We shared it in a way that was, this is potential, and in fact, I said, this is the potential, and if it happens, people around us might have to cut, because that's what they said. I shared with our employees, we would not have to cut employees because we were in a good place. And then from that point, we moved on, and March 1st happened. There is still a chance that the aggregate expenditure limit could not be resolved. However, there's been changes, as you alluded to. But we wouldn't qualify for that rate on the front tick, even if they changed it. It would increase the base support level an additional 2.5%, but we wouldn't qualify because number one, we have a bond in place, and that has to be expired. It also has to, the community would, in a unified school district, would have to approve a 70 cent per $100,000 valuation by voter approval for the new funding mechanism to take place. We would have to sacrifice transportation support, teacher experience index, and some of the other factors that are currently in our budget. And so districts are going to really be in two places. They'll have a chance to go one way or the other, but in order to qualify for the new set of funding, those two major things, the bond piece, is you can't go out to bond and override if you go into the new funding system. You become essentially funded like a charter school does. So you can't bond, you can't tax your community except for that one 77 or 70 cents per 100,000 valuation. So that's going to be the impact. We don't know what that impact's going to be overall, but we know that we're not even going to qualify to move to the new funding system. Yeah, and that just came out. I sent it to you a couple days ago. So that's kind of where that stands. As you know, with the legislature, it continues to evolve. We do know that the increase to the base support level, it's inflation or 2%, whichever is smaller. And so we know that it's 2%. And so we're going to see a 2% increase to our base support level. And we saw an increase in we saw growth in students this year. We're still going to project about a 2% growth next year. So those are the things, as we've evaluated this portion, the 2% raise for teachers is inside of that. We also feel like with the sign-on piece and the retention piece, that's coming from ESSER money, the same place that the retention stipend came from before. So we can be able to fund that. In the Proposition 301, that's there. The factor that came out last year was 733 per student count, and this year was 708. So our economy in Arizona did well last fiscal year. They're concerned a little bit about what it looks like next year, because whether the economy can bounce out of the inflation and not having artificial money infused into the economy, whether that's going to slow the sales proceeds or not, but that's a discussion for now.
Well, how much will this cost us potentially for right now with all with the retention stipends for the employees who've decided to stay on for next year?
So the retention stipend portion, the 3,500 total there with the sign-on and the 2,500. I'm not sure exactly what that was, Ms. Beecroft. Did you have that number?
Stipends that are already pending to be paid?
The ones of people who've either made a commitment to come back next year?
We don't have those numbers. People are waiting to turn in contract. I guess you could deduct the resignations that we had, 25, so we'd have over 100, roughly 100, between 100 and 105.
Do you have the numbers for, like, if all the positions were filled, how much overall this would cost the district?
So the 2% increase with the continuing staff, so new resignations and that I'd have to look up, but with the continuing staff, when I ran it, would be approximately 165,000. Which with last year, us having to enter the year in a very frugal sense of mind with everything pending and looming, no one really knew, are we going to bounce back with COVID, or the students going to come? It was all pending. So we did bounce back. The student count was up, so I'm confident that we would be able to cover that.
Do you feel comfortable in this whole, what what you're presenting tonight, you feel comfortable that we can afford all of this. Do you have an idea of how much of it is coming from ESSER money?
Well, the two items that would come from ESSER are the retention stipend and the sign-on.
What do you anticipate that will cost?
So the sign-on, like I said, we have between 100 and 105 teachers that haven't resigned. So be $100,000 roughly, and then the 2,500. I'd have to do that for continuing teachers.
We do have that capacity in our 301 budget. Or not
mean ESSER?
301, the ESSER
ESSER
budget.
money, yeah.
Yeah, the ESSER money that's remaining, we do have capacity to do that. And so it's a good time to be able to do that. You mentioned where could we do the program that you heard earlier, and there's still capacity to do that in
So we
there too.
would still be able to do that even with these increases now?
Okay,
Oh,
I just want to make sure.
Are we at a point right now, though, that we have any idea what the Department of Education is going to recommend for our audit, or the Auditor General? Like, what kind of stipulations they're going to place in? Are we looking at going into receivership? Was there any kind of any clue to that, or?
It's a possibility. I mean, there's certain criteria that we'd have to meet. I don't think that we're at a high risk for that, but I'm not the Auditor General. So with all things considered, we are going to probably get hit with repercussions, financial repercussions. But the 2%, like I said, it played out to about $165,000. That's going to be coming from M&O. I don't think that that would be putting us in danger of covering what those repercussions may be.
If we do have financial implications from the State Department, where are we gonna, like, say they come back and say you owe us $200,000, where are we gonna do that from?
So I worked really hard last year to try. We were in reserve mode.
Right.
I know there was a lot of frustration on all the things I was trying to do. Maybe I was a little over aggressive, but knowing that black cloud, I was trying to be very conservative because I don't know what that amount is. I was trying to buffer the district. We should have a buffer in place. We had nothing.
Great, thank you.
And Mr. Owsley, this just affects our teachers, right? What about like paraprofessionals and administrative staff and those individuals?
Right now, the pending contracts that are there are just teachers, and so we wanted to get that resolved tonight so that they could have closure one way or the other to what's going on. In future board meetings, and we'll be bringing those others. We still have to consider counselors, for example, our non-grant counselors. We have to figure out a proposal for you for that, but we do know that right now, we know the classroom's been hard. We know that inflation's difficult. We know that we have staff members that were told by their landlords that you have 30 days to move out because we're selling our house, right? We know that those things are happening, and how do you try to curb that? We need to secure this for our teachers now, and that's where we're at.
Do you think it's enough?
No.
It's never enough.
No, but do you feel like it's enough and that it's fair and people will be happy with this and you feel good about it?
I feel like we tried to address everything that we've heard. We've tried to address different components and be creative in how to get it, because we know we can't tap 5% out of our M&O budget to do it, right? So we tried to be creative in the way that we designed it so that we could increase the retention stipend. This would put the retention stipend this year up to $3,500. It would mean that they got the retention stipend higher than they got this year, and so I think that's going to be great. And certainly, the fact of inflation is, if inflation's 12%, if you don't get a 12% increase in your salary, you're not any better off, right? And so we're not going to be able to do that in any fact of the matter. But I think this is a good effort. It's within the confines of, as Vanessa's reviewed it, to make sure that we can sustain it, and it's something we could do for our teachers, and I think it's a good offer.
Okay. Thank you.
I like to see raises. I like to see more stipends. I'm glad to see that we're able to do this.
You want to make
Deserve it.
a motion then?
Yes, I would like to motion to approve the, which one are we on?
Certified.
I was looking at the attachments.
7.5.
7.5. I motion to approve the teacher compensation proposal as proposed and thank teachers and wish it could be more, but are glad to do what we can.
For a second? You'll second, John? All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Nay, and I'll qualify my nay too. I think that, I think there's too many variables right now to know one way or the other, and I don't know that it's responsible of us to do this, and I think that Kelly's right, there might be more that we could do, so there's so many variables out there right now that it's kind of scary, so that's why I voted nay.
Okay, motion passes. Item 7.6, approval of FPPSA. Mr. Housley, is this you?
Mrs. B.
Mrs. Beecroft.
So the acronym stands for the Food Program Permanent Service Agreement. As you all know, we've been looking and trying to recruit a full-time child nutrition chef/director. We did have a few really exciting applicants that unfortunately we couldn't move forward with, but we did get a really great vendor. Her name is Amanda Hurd. Her information is attached. I also included a letter from the interim director, Ms. Ginger Bishop. They have been included in the whole conversation. Amanda has come up and met with all of them. She's toured the kitchens. She's already given them a list of here's what we're going to tackle, here's what we're going to do. They're all very excited. I'm excited. She knows food service in and out, and that's what we need. She can do all the reporting directly with ADE and get us in compliance. And
And Mrs. Bishop said she'd work a little longer if she got approved.
she did. She was so excited because she was going to retire
Yeah.
at the end of the year. She was so excited that she agreed to stay on to see how it goes because she's so excited.
Well, I'll make a motion to approve FPPSA.
That's my second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item 7.7, approval of district travel policy. Mrs. Beecroft.
So for your review, the district is required to annually submit and approve a district travel policy. I've included the Arizona accounting manual, Sam, with the rates that the state puts out that we have to pretty much go by. I provided all the scenarios in the travel policy there for travel, lodging, meals, reimbursements. Pretty much the same for most schools, but that is the policy there, and then I will push that out. It is different than what the previous travel policy was, which was a little wonky, to be honest. So the numbers do align with what's in the accounting manual.
So if I'm reading this correctly, what you're recommending is that we continue on the reimbursement program where our employees upfront the costs and then they get reimbursed?
It's a requirement. Like, we're not allowed to prepay.
Where does it say that?
It was a change they made in I think it was 2018. They did away for school districts. For the county, maybe different. For school districts, per diems and allowances went away.
Where did they change that at? I guess where's that found?
I'd have to get the document off the ADOA website, but if you go into the Arizona Accounting Manual, it outlines it there. That all rates cited are for reimbursement of actual costs incurred. And then again on page 5, the limits are for actual costs incurred. They're not per diems or fixed allowances, which previously we were able to give the per diem and pay up front. But school districts were not, it's not allowable to do that.
Where does it say that at? I'm looking on page 5. I'm not seeing that.
It's item number 7. It's on your screen below there.
Okay.
And like I said, it varies with different government agencies, but for school districts, that change was made several years ago.
So does this require, like, why couldn't we go to like a P card type system and
Kelly,
do
I'm gonna
that?
hand the meeting over to you.
And what?
I'm gonna hand the meeting over to you as vice president. I have to go to the bathroom if we're gonna have another discussion for an hour.
I'm just worried that that we're asking our employees to kind of front load a trip that might be a week long, and then that's a significant cost to them that they have to pay up front. I don't know why we can't have like a P card system where they could utilize that and then,
Well, the travel, I mean, like if they're booking hotel room, they're not paying for that. Like the district covers that. This is mainly just the meals and incidental.
I know that's what I'm saying is why couldn't we issue P cards? Like,
Well, maybe when we're in much better condition, we can look into that. That this is just, we don't have we have one credit card that's in shaky standing.
I'm sorry, that's in what? I didn't hear you.
Shaky sanding, she said.
Oh, got you. Okay, I'm with you. I heard you now. Thank you. My ears weren't working, I guess. So this is the only way that we can do travel for our staff.
You can
then?
look at, yeah, you can look at Snowflake's travel. It's pretty much cookie cutter.
Is it? Okay.
Like I said, the district, typically if they're going on a conference or something, we book the hotels. They're not being asked to reimburse that. Sometimes it's short notice or extenuating circumstance, so they do book it themselves and then we reimburse. But usually it's just the meals
Yeah.
and mileage.
so we haven't looked into or done like I know I gave Mr. Housley like 2 years ago the P card policy for Flagstaff Unified, and you guys haven't looked into that yet.
We haven't looked into a P card.
What is a P card?
The purchase card, they just issue it to the individual, and then you reconcile it. And then most commercial banks give you an incentive to do it. Like I know last year Navajo County received almost $4,000 in like they paid us almost $4,000 that you can utilize for various things. So it seems like a missed opportunity.
So you would want to issue each employee a P card?
I think that there's the opportunity. Yeah, absolutely. So that
Would require a lot of support and staff. That I'm not sure who would coordinate that.
I don't think so. Yeah, it doesn't require a lot of staff at all, actually. So
Perhaps it's something that could just be done for those who are traveling. I don't know. That would probably be on a much smaller scale than every
yeah,
employee, I don't know. Maybe something for you to look into. Does this seem to be working well right now for the district?
I've had members of the district or teachers come up to me this last year and indicate that they were unable to attend either conferences or utilize money because their budget's so tight that they didn't have the funds available. I know one teacher in specifically gave his funds to another teacher in the district because he's a divorced father who, his budget is set exactly, and he didn't have the opportunity to use state shared revenue because of reimbursement. So he forfeited that to another teacher. So there are instances where I think that we're potentially burdening our teachers by requiring a reimbursement. So.
Is this something that has to be approved every year, Vanessa?
Yeah, we're required to have an approved district travel policy. So if you don't approve it, then I guess we don't have a policy.
Well, I was just wondering if it's something that we could look into something else, or I don't know. But you said this is what the other districts surrounding districts do. Okay. Casey to come home.
He's here back. I'm
Oh, you're
I'm
back.
fast.
I didn't even realize you were back. Okay. Well, how does the rest of the board feel about it? Are we fine?
I mean, I think we need a district travel policy, and it sounds like we
Well, the
have
board-
certain constraints we have to work under. And so if this is what we need to be doing for now, but maybe the P card is something we could look into in the future when we're on less shaky grounds, and it would be something that we could do. It does sound like it would be beneficial, but for right now, I mean, we need a travel policy. Otherwise, we can't travel. So if we can't get P cards right now, I think we should go ahead and I would motion to approve the district travel policy as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Oh, I was gonna do I, but I was also gonna ask to see if there's maybe some way that we can help those out where it might be cost prohibitive, that they can't, I don't know if we can have gift cards or have something that we can somehow help out a little bit financially. I don't know.
Gift cards are problematic because there's not really any oversight for them, so.
Well, what if we just gave it to them and not ask for any oversight?
For the gift card?
Yeah.
That would not be USFR approved.
We just give it to them?
Gift cards are not
No,
allowed.
like if people just went in and, no, this is, no, I'm actually being real here. What if people went in and say, I gave you $100 gift card? I'm not asking for anything in return. I'm not asking for anything, to be shown. And then they could still, is there some way to do something like that? That it
Probably do it through like the PTSO. If you said we have teachers who are having issue, like they're traveling or something like that, and we would like to do like a fundraiser type thing, and you would put PTSO in charge of that. People could donate, a gift Visa card to the PTSO, and then they could give that to them without it being like a tax credit or anything like that.
That's
So
what I mean by
Yeah.
just
You'd-
giving money,
you'd be better off doing it through the PTSOs than through the district. So just
Okay.
because we wouldn't
And
have an
boosters.
oversight or
And
something like
booster.
that.
PTSOs
Okay.
and boosters.
Well, maybe that will, maybe we could look into doing something like that with our PTSO. And I'm sure that, there would be people out there who would gladly contribute.
We do.
Any further discussion?
No, I'm done.
You
Thank
were,
you.
you were aye, Kelly?
Yes, I was.
All right, motion passes. Item 7.8, approval of fiscal year 23 special services consortium agreement. Ms. Beecroft.
This is the annual consortium agreement for SPED services for fiscal 23.
I make motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item 7.9, approval to pay for psychoeducational evaluations.
Motion we approve?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item 7.10, approval of 2022-23 certified employee salary placement chart for new teachers. Anyone have any questions on that?
Oh, I'm waiting for Vanessa to open it. Okay, this is what we looked at earlier, correct? Or maybe I did.
Madam President, just to, I know it's really, really late. I know our committee for difficult to staff have endured, and they're back there. If you would like to ask them if they would like to share what that portion of that is,
Please.
if they would love to do that, or if they're just too tired and asleep.
Good evening. How are you? Or what time is it now?
Thank you for being here and sticking
Right.
it out.
Can you guys all identify who you are?
Yeah, I'm Sherry Kerr.
I'm Gary Whipple.
Laurel Hassler,
Rachel Hodal. We were your difficult to staff and retain committee.
as well as Sharice.
Sharice Schubert was also with us, yeah. So I'm talking because they're all chicken. Anyway, I'm never chicken to talk. But anyway, it was originally started out as a hard to fill stipend position. And then we have a few
points here. You guys have this on your agenda as well. Number one, the committee proposes to change the title for these positions to difficult staff and retain positions, referred to as the DTS committee and DTS positions henceforth. Number two, the committee has researched both state and federal data and determined that the following positions are considered to be difficult to staff and retain: special education, math, physics, chemistry, and other sciences. The committee also discussed the district's difficulty in competing for qualified and quality teachers in all positions throughout the district. And we did have a lengthy discussion regarding Mr. Housley's proposal that you guys just went over. And we were pretty, in favor of that. Yes, it doesn't do everything we'd like it to, but it does help. Okay, so that's a little positive for the teachers. Number four, the committee proposes to grandfather in approximately 8 staff. Those staff are currently employed in the difficult staff positions and receiving extra compensation already for those positions. We'd like to ask that those are grandfathered in at their current school year 21-22 compensation rate for the duration of their employment in that position. Should those grandfathered staff, should their grandfathered compensation be less than the determined and approved DTS recruitment and retention pay, those staff would move to that compensation pay immediately so that they would come up to that level. And then, lost my place, sorry. DTS staff understand should they leave the DTS position, they will no longer be eligible for their DTS compensation addendum. If I move from math to PE, then I would lose that addendum. We're trying to not call them stipends anymore. Number 5, the committee proposes to offer current staff in identified DTS positions who are currently not receiving extra compensation addendums for the school year 22-23 according to the following scale. Math, grades 7 through 12, chemistry or physics, $3,000, and other science, $2,000 in 7 through 12. Number 6, that's approximately 11 staff, or take a little bit here and there, depending on who signs and who doesn't. The committee proposes a separate DTS recruitment and retention package for special education positions that would apply to current employees currently not receiving the DTS compensation and for new hires for the school year 22-23, again, to make it a little more competitive and dangle that carrot out there to get some teachers up here into Shoalo. The self-contained, including preschool, would get a $3,000 addendum, and the case managers, inclusion students, would get a $1,500. And then the DTS committee will reconvene in school year 22-23 to reevaluate future recruitment and retention addendums for future school years. And yes, because I know the question's coming, yes, we looked at the budget, and yes, we tried to figure out amounts that would work with what the information we were given. And we think for this coming year that will work for us based on the numbers that we have returning and not returning at this.
You have any questions for the committee?
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for putting all of this effort into it, because this was one of the big
a learning
problems that we've been
experience.
talking about, and I'm really glad to see you guys put the effort into trying to solve it as best we can. So I hope it's successful.
Good learning experience.
It was.
Really was.
Yeah,
Very
you
informative.
bet.
Appreciate it.
And we're highly recommending that this committee be a standard committee every
Every
single year. And
Absolutely.
it's addressed in the fall, so that there's a lot of time and effort put into it before contracts come out
As
next
long
year.
as you're still willing to serve on the committee.
And we'd like to see more people join our.
Yeah, that'd be nice to have a
We
little
could
more
do that more
input. Okay.
Well, thank you very
Thank
much.
you so much.
Thank you.
I motion to approve as presented.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Item 7.11, approval of Shoalo Unified School District Employee Referral Incentive Program.
I mentioned that during the initial presentation. This is just the documentation that shows how that would be carried out.
I move to approve the employee referral incentive program.
Second?
John got the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Item 8.1 through 8.8 consent agenda, Mrs. Beecroft.
So for your review and consent, we have 8.1, ratification of expense vouchers, 8.2, ratification of the payroll vouchers, 8.3, approval of the substitutes, 8.4, approval of overnight and out-of-state travel, 8.5, approval of the PTSO financial report, 8.6, approval of tax credit and activity account,
8.7, approval of the governing board minutes for the March 10th regular board meeting. And 8.8, approval of donations.
Motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, go
I
ahead.
beat you to it.
Yeah,
I'll
you-
first, Brent.